The Committee on Science, Space, and Technology will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recesses of the committee at any time. Pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11, the chair announces that roll call votes will be postponed until after the first votes on the floor. And I believe in consultation with the ranking member, we agree that there is an event in support of our friend Mr. Kildee. And after that, let's all immediately return. We'll vote promptly by machine and proceed aggressively. Today we meet to consider H.R. 272, the Astro Act, H.R. 6219, the Ascend Act, H.R. 7687, the NASA Streamlining Partnerships, and H.R. 4152, Space Resources Institute Act, H.R. 7630, the Anchor Act, H.R. 7686, clarifying the definition of foreign country regarding malign talent recruitment restrictions, H.R. 7073, the Next Generation Pipelines R&D Act, H.R. 7685, the Impact Act. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Thank you all for joining us at this markup. Today we consider a range of bills that span our jurisdiction from research security to energy R&D to space. As is traditional on this committee, the bills are all bipartisan with solid support from both sides of the aisle. We'll kick things off today with a handful of bills related to our space sector. First up is H.R. 272, the Astro Act, from Space and Aeronautics Subcommittee Chairman Brian Babin and Representative Jeff Jackson. This is a common sense bill that addresses a long-standing issue at NASA regarding transportation of astronauts. Currently, the NASA administrator must approve ground transportation for each astronaut until they are cleared to drive after having flown in space. This is time-consuming and an unnecessary bureaucracy. The Astro Act will give a blanket approval to transport astronauts after their missions until they are medically cleared to drive. The next bill we'll consider is H.R. 6219, the Ascend Act, from Representative Kane and Bonamici. This bill creates a commercial satellite data acquisition program within NASA's Science Mission Directorate. By allowing NASA to procure commercial remote sensing data, this bill supports critical work in precision agriculture, natural disaster monitoring, and environmental management. I appreciate my colleagues' work to make remote sensing at NASA more efficient. Next, we'll have H.R. 7687, the NASA Streamlining Partnerships Act, offered by my friend Representative Sorensen, Sorensen and Chairman Babin. This bill allows NASA to receive funds from other federal agencies for scientific or engineering research and education. This will strengthen our ability to conduct research by allowing commingled funds, commingling is a challenge, isn't it, for important work, including experiments on the ISS. Our final space-related bill is H.R. 4152, the Space Resources Institute Act, sponsored by Representative Carvalho. It directs NASA and the Department of Commerce to submit a report to Congress on the merits of establishing a Space Resources Institute. As we explore deeper into space, we will need to consider how best to utilize resources on the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Establishing an institute that will help us consider this important topic thoughtfully. I thank my colleagues for their work on this bill. And next we'll turn to two bills designed to improve our research security, both sponsored by Representative Garcia. The first is H.R. 7630, the Anchor Act. This bill directs the NSF to submit a plan for much-needed updates to our academic research fleet to improve cybersecurity and modernize telecom equipment. These research vessels will allow us to conduct scientific research around the globe, help us better understand our oceans, lakes, and polar regions. And to do that, we require secure digital networking and communications. This bill ensures that we are not vulnerable to cyber attacks. Our second research security bill is 7686, which updates the definition of malign foreign talent recruitment programs. By updating the definition from the CHIPS and Science Act, we'll make it easier for universities and federal research agencies to identify and address threats to our taxpayer-funded research. And I want to thank Representative Garcia for his work on both of these important bills. Finishing our agenda, we'll consider two energy bills related to American industry. I'm proud to join Representative Weber and co-sponsor H.R. 7073, the Next Generation Pipelines Research and Development Act, which invests in the R&D needed to modernize our pipeline systems. Pipelines play a critical role in delivering energy across the country. As the representative of Cushing, Oklahoma, the pipeline crossroads of the world, I would note for the record, I'm well aware of the importance of this infrastructure. Not only do pipelines carry the oil and natural gas that currently fuels our economy, but they'll also be critical in transporting next-generation fuels, hydrogen, carbon dioxide, and methane. Today's bill invests in research and development needed to strengthen today's pipelines and keep them functioning long into the future. Our final bill today is H.R. 7685, the Impact Act, sponsored by Representative Miller. This bill strengthens our cement, concrete, and asphalt production while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. This sector is critical to our infrastructure, our national defense, and our economy. It's difficult to reduce emissions in this sector, but it's critical that any low emissions materials we use are just as efficient and effective as their counterparts. This legislation directs the Department of Energy to conduct the research, development, and demonstration work needed to reduce emissions in the production of cement, concrete, and asphalt. It builds on previous efforts to decrease emissions while increasing competitiveness, and I appreciate Mr. Miller's work on this bill. As I said, this will be our final bill for the day, and I want to thank all the bill sponsors for working in a bipartisan manner to draft practical, smart legislation that addresses key needs. And I anticipate a smooth markup. I look both ways when I say that today, and I appreciate everyone in this room for working together to make this happen. And I now recognize the ranking member, Mrs. Lofgren, for her opening statement.
Well, thank you, Chairman Lucas, and thanks to all the members for their hard work on these bills. I think once again, the Science Committee can show that we can work together in a bipartisan way and make improvements for our country, and I'm proud that we are all working to do that. As you've mentioned, the Astro Act would eliminate bureaucratic complications, and Mr. Babin and Mr. Jackson deserve praise for their efforts on that. The Ascend Act, of course, led by Representatives Keene and Bonamici, would make a successful program, pilot program at NASA that utilizes commercial data permanent, and that's important too. I'm so glad Mr. Sorensen introduced the bill to give NASA authority to receive and merge funds for the awarding of grants or cooperative agreements. This is going to make a big difference and will allow greater efficiency through interagency partnerships. It's a win-win for everyone involved, and thank you, Mr. Sorensen, for your efforts on this. Obviously, the Space Resources Institute Act, introduced by Dr. Caraveo and Mr. Lambourne, is an important step forward. It allows local available resources on celestial bodies, which is crucial to enabling sustainable deep exploration to be used. It directs NASA and the Department of Commerce to evaluate creating a hub at academic institutions to help organize and advance U.S. research and technology developments around space resources, and it's a good example, once again, of the Science Committee anticipating the technological needs of the future, and I'm grateful, Dr. Caraveo, for your leadership in this. Next is the Anchor Act, of course, introduced by Mr. Garcia and Ms. Stevens. It's important that the U.S. academic research fleet, made up of 18 oceanographic vessels, have networking and cybersecurity challenges, and that hinders scientific output, and this will help address that. Importantly, H.R. 7686, the Malign Foreign Talents Recruitment Program Act, introduced by Mr. Garcia and Ms. Stevens, reflects our committee's good faith deliberations on how to protect the nation's research enterprise. All of us agree that that is an important priority for Congress and for our nation. The CHIPS and Science Act definition of a malign foreign talent recruitment program is important, but we learn from research institutions that they want clarification because they want to make sure they are complying. That feedback was important to us, and even though they have the best of intentions and good vetting, we need to make sure that these institutions can get it right through providing the clarity that this bill does. The Next Generation Pipeline Bill, introduced by Mr. Weber and again Dr. Caraveo, is really important. 2.8 million miles of pipeline in this country, half over 60 years old and susceptible to leaks and other defects. This bill is going to be critical to ensure that we're doing all we can to minimize risks associated with aging pipeline infrastructure. And I thank you, Dr. Carville, once again for your leadership. And of course, the final bill, sponsored by Mr. Miller and Ms. Hushi, is the Innovative Mitigation Partnership for Asphalt and Concrete Technologies Act, or the IMPACT Act. Globally, cement facilities account for an astounding 8% of carbon dioxide emissions. And looking that cement is expected to increase by 12% by 2050, we need to address this challenge if we're going to have success in the climate change challenge that we face. The next generation cement, concrete, and asphalt emission reduction technologies is going to need technical assistance that this bill will provide. I thank the authors for their leadership in this, and as the chairman has mentioned, I think we have consensus moving forward. I expect this to be a short markup, but that doesn't mean it isn't important. And this is bipartisanship in the Science Committee at work once again, and I yield back.
And I thank the ranking member for observations. Other members are invited to submit their opening statements for the record. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 272, the Astro Act. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 272, to amend Title 31, United States Code, to authorize transportation for government astronauts returning from space between their residence in various locations and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin, to speak on the underlying bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate it. And I'm very pleased to sponsor H.R. 272, the Astronaut Safe Temporary Ride Options Act, or Astro Act for short. One of the great honors associated with serving as the chairman of the Subcommittee on Space and Aeronautics is having the opportunity to meet with astronauts preparing to go into space, and also meeting with them and visiting with them after they return from their missions. The Astro Act is a result of these conversations and NASA's advocacy for increased astronaut safety. The brave men and women who wear the iconic blue flight suit risk their lives to advance America's leadership in space and keep us in that #1 position. When these astronauts return home, we must make certain that they can recover and get back on their feet without red tape. The space environment poses significant medical issues on these astronauts, on these people, such as osteoporosis, muscle atrophy, bone breaks from reentry, vision changes, loss of equilibrium, which prevents astronauts from being able to drive upon return from space. The Astro Act will streamline the approval process for driving astronauts to and from Johnson Space Center in my district for treatment and study upon their return from space. And additionally, my bill provides transparency by requiring NASA to send an annual report to Congress on how the funds are used under my bill. There are tremendous benefits in the astronauts' health data acquired by Johnson Space Center on the impacts of microgravity on the human body. This will help us going forward as we reach into deep space, looking towards our nearest neighboring planet, Mars. This bill will lessen the paperwork required to ensure astronauts continue to participate in important medical evaluations to inform future space exploration, as I just mentioned. I want to thank Congressman Jeff Jackson, who's not here right now, for co-sponsoring this legislation, and urge all of my colleagues to support this bill. So, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on the underlying bill? Since no one else is seeking recognition and there are no amendments pre-filed to the bill, does any member wish to offer an amendment at this time? Seeing no request to be recognized to offer an amendment, and hearing none, pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11, further proceedings on this bill will be postponed. Pursuant to the notice, I now call up H.R. 6219, the Ascend Act. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 6219, to require the Administrator of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration to establish a program to identify, evaluate, acquire, and disseminate commercial Earth remote sensing data and imagery in order to satisfy the scientific, operational, and educational requirements of the administration.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. I now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kane, to speak on the underlying bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also want to thank Congresswoman Bonamici for her co-sponsorship of this piece of legislation. H.R. 6219, the Accessing Satellite Capabilities to Enable New Discoveries, Ascend Act. It basically is a bill that, as you said before, is important for the future of this country and importance for innovation. In 2017, NASA established a pilot program called Commercial Small Sat Data Acquisition to identify and evaluate commercial capabilities, establish new processes to onboard, and then to enable broad sharing and use of acquired data products. The CSDA pilot program proved to be a success, with participating scientists' evaluation of commercial data sets as useful and reliable for a variety of research topics. The Ascend Act would build upon the success of the Commercial Small Satellite Data Acquisition Program by permanently authorizing it within NASA, thus ensuring the program's continued growth and longevity. This bill directs the NASA administrator to establish a commercial satellite data acquisition program with NASA's Science Mission Directorate. The bill allows the administrator to procure commercial Earth remote sensing data from commercial providers to help fulfill the agency's need. Additionally, this legislation requires the administrator to submit a report to Congress about the commercial agreements signed by NASA and their uses and their impacts. By expanding NASA's CSDA program, we ensure that the Earth science community has access to innovative data sets from the commercial space sector to support their scientific research. By providing these expanded data sets to researchers, NASA enables them to propel research across various scientific disciplines. This program benefits not only NASA scientists, but also federally funded and accredited researchers across various agencies, such as NOAA, USDA, or DOI, as well as federal grantees, including the National Science Foundation and other agencies. By committing to comprehensive research and leveraging advancements in the private sector, we are ensuring that America remains at the forefront of scientific discovery and technological advancements for generations to come. With new leadership and responsibilities for CSDA over the past year, is an important time for Congress to reaffirm our support for this program by enacting it into statute, thus ensuring its continued growth and success for the federal scientific community. By sustaining this program, researchers gain access to timely, high-quality data crucial for advancing scientific understanding, strengthening disaster response capabilities, and driving innovation across the space commercial industry. Again, I'd like to thank Mrs. Bonamici for co-leading on this legislation and for her leadership on this committee. I'd like to encourage my colleagues to support this vital legislation, and I yield back the remainder of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the lead co-sponsor of the bill from Oregon, Mrs. Bonamici, to speak on the underlying bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chair Lucas and Ranking Member Lofgren, for continuing the bipartisan and productive nature of the Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, and thank you to Representative Keene for co-sponsoring this legislation and for your leadership on it as well. Research at NASA's Earth Science Division is critical to understanding our planet's changing and interconnected natural systems. Since 2017, scientists at NASA and other federally funded researchers have used data from the Commercial Small Satellite, or SmallSat, Data Acquisition Program to study Earth's changing climate, geophysics, and ocean ecology. As more precise commercial satellites launch into orbit, this data continues to bolster the suite of Earth observation data that NASA collects. NASA-acquired commercial data contributes to scientific research within broad applications, including improved detection for red tide or harmful algal blooms, more precise measurement of wildfire emissions and burn spread, and more accurate crop observations to improve yield estimates. High-quality remote sensing data and images procured by NASA will strengthen Earth science research and help make our community safer. I'm pleased to join with my colleague Congressman Keene as the co-lead of the bipartisan Ascend Act, which will authorize NASA's successful commercial small sat data acquisition program. Increasing access to high-quality Earth observation data will improve research about our planet and further empower the scientific community to make the next series of groundbreaking discoveries. I encourage my colleagues to support this important bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on the underlying bill? If there's no further discussion on the underlying bill, we'll proceed with amendments in order listed on the roster. The only amendment on the roster for this bill is offered by the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes. The clerk will report Sykes Amendment number 58.
Amendment to H.R. 6219, offered by Ms. Sykes of Ohio.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first, I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Bonamici and Keene, for introducing H.R. 6219, the Accessing Satellite Data to Enable New Discoveries, the Ascend Act, authorizing NASA's commercial small sat data acquisition program. And keeping in the spirit of a smooth markup, this is a very simple and easy and beneficial amendment. Access to remote sensing data and imagery is extremely important because it helps us understand and address our nation and our globe's most pressing problems. For instance, like issues like soil erosion or fires can be accessed by the information we receive from remote sensing and data imagery. My amendment does two simple things. First, it seeks to ensure that the agreements under the NASA CSDA program supports the widest possible use of the procured data by non-NASA users. And second, this amendment directs NASA to procure CSDA program data from vendors based in the United States to the maximum extent possible. For example, NASA has acquired data sets from several different entities, including the Ohio State University's Boyd Polar Research Center through Collaborative EarthDIM project, and it is vital that NASA continues to work with U.S. entities to access reliable and accurate data sets. I believe these two edits to the underlying bill will further support NASA's Earth science research and application, as well as the committee's goal of bipartisanship and smooth markup. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any other member wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? The ranking member is recognized.
I want to thank Ms. Sykes for improving this bipartisan bill and urge its adoption.
Gentlelady yields back. Anyone else seeking recognition? Hearing no others, the question is agreeing on the Sykes Amendment number 58. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do indeed have it. The amendment is agreed to. There were no other amendments pre-filed for this bill. Does any member wish to offer an amendment at this time? Seeing none, hearing none, pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11, further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7687, the NASA SPREES Act, and the clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7687, to amend Title 51, United States Code to authorize the transfer to NASA of funds from other agencies for scientific or engineering research or education and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I now recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Sorensen, to speak on the underlying bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the ranking member of the Space and Aeronautics Subcommittee, I'm proud to see my bill, the NASA Streamlining Partnership for Research and Education for Engineering and Science Act, or SPREES Act, to be considered by the committee. I'd also like to take a moment to thank Chairman Babin for co-sponsoring my bill. So many thanks, Chairman. NASA conducts inspiring research and education efforts across a wide range of science and engineering disciplines. Effective interagency collaboration will increase the return of investment for the American people by leveraging the unique expertise and capabilities of each agency. This is especially important where the goals of NASA's research and education efforts align with those of other agencies. For example, NASA and the NIH work together on biomedical research to better understand human biology and health in microgravity environments. And NASA and the Department of Agriculture collaborate to measure soil moisture and land use with satellite-based Earth observations to better understand and predict our food security. The NASA SPREES Act aims to help facilitate interagency research collaboration across space and Earth sciences and engineering. Specifically, the bill will enable NASA and other agencies to jointly fund research or education programs in certain areas of shared interest. If NASA were to attempt this today, both agencies would have to jump through burdensome bureaucratic hoops which impose duplicative administrative burdens on researchers and students who wish to apply for the funding. My bill cuts through the red tape, and it allows NASA to receive and merge funds approved for transfer from another agency for the awarding of grants or cooperative agreements for collaborative scientific or engineering research or educational programs. The authority granted in this bill to NASA is similar to a long-standing authority of the National Science Foundation. The NASA SPREES Act will streamline interagency collaboration and help advance the missions to support science agencies. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill today, and I look forward to working with our Appropriations Committee counterparts to swiftly move this bill to the floor. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina to speak on the underlying bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Lofgren, for holding this markup on these critically important bipartisan bills. I speak in support of H.R. 7687, the NASA Streamlining Partnerships for Research and Education for Engineering and Science Act, introduced by my colleague, Representative Sorensen, and thank him for his leadership. This bill, based on authority that the National Science Foundation has had, would help foster joint programs between NASA and other agencies in areas where their missions align. This bill would help support the awarding of grants and cooperative agreements for science and engineering research or educational activities at institutions like North Carolina State University. NC State is home not just to the ACC champs, but to the Space Grant Program and supports thousands of engineering students with bright futures in our research enterprise. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say this bill advances science for the well-being of the nation. And I want to thank Mr. Sorensen for his vision in introducing it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on the underlying bill? Seeing none. There were no other amendments pre-filed on this bill. Does any member wish to offer an amendment at this time? Hearing none, pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11, further proceedings on this bill will be postponed.
Yes.
Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4152, the Space Resources Institute Act. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 4152, to direct the Administrator of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration and Secretary of Commerce to submit to Congress a report on the merits of and options for establishing an institute relating to space resources and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Carvillo, to speak on the underlying bill.
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. As we continue our push into space, there has been more and more interest from both the public and private sector in learning more about how we can use materials we are going to encounter on astronomical objects like the moon. This practice is known as in situ resource utilization and is going to be vital if we want to replace materials we would normally find on Earth. It makes sense at a certain point longer-term missions to the moon and beyond will need to replenish things like fuel, ship components, and more. The Space Resource Institute Act is the first step in helping us better understand how we can responsibly perform in situ resource utilization for these missions. The bill would direct NASA and the Department of Commerce to report to Congress on the merits of establishing an educational institute focused on space resources. While some space resource research is being done already, it is scattered across NASA, academic institutions, and the commercial sector. For example, many of you have likely heard me talk about how Colorado is a leader in the aerospace industry, and it is no different when it comes to responsible space resource management. Colorado School of Mines has been a pioneer in the field, but they and the rest of the entities engaged in this work would benefit from a central hub to support the development of foundational science and technology for space resources. Ultimately, ensuring that the United States maintains the edge when it comes to this research by establishing an institute will help us maintain our preeminence in space. I'd like to close by thanking my colleague, Representative Lambourne, for co-leading this bipartisan effort with me and having been a great advocate for this bill. I'd like to also thank Chairman Lucas for bringing it before the full committee for consideration, and Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren for her support. I also recognize that this will be the second time we are voting on this bill, so I also thank the rest of my colleagues for your thoughtful consideration and ask for your continued support. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The ranking member seeks to be recognized.
Mr. Chairman, there is one amendment that's been noticed, but Representative Lee was in another committee. I think she's on her way, and so I'd ask unanimous consent to allow to introduce her amendment in her behalf until she gets here.
The chair sees no objection, and prior to the offering of that amendment, we'll see if there's any other comments by any members. Does any other member wish to speak on the underlying bill? Seeing no further discussion on the underlying bill, we'll proceed with amendments in the order listed on the roster. The only amendment on the roster for this bill is offered by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Mrs. Lee. The clerk will read Lee Amendment number 52.
Amendment to H.R. 4152, offered by Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and because of the unanimous consent agreement a moment ago, the ranking member from California is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully Representative Lee will get here from her other committee in time to address this, but I do want to thank her for the amendment along with Dr. Caraveo and Mr. Lambourne. They all worked together to find this happy common ground. The amendment expands the objectives of the study directed in the underlying bill to include research that maximizes the responsible use of space resources. I think that's something we can all get behind. I'm happy to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any other member wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? Hearing no others, the request for time. The question is on agreeing on the Lee Amendment number 52. All in favor say yes.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do indeed have it, and the amendment is agreed to. There were no other amendments pre-filed for the bill. Does any member wish to offer an amendment at this time? Hearing none, pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11, further proceedings on this bill will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7630, the Anchor Act. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7630, to require a plan to improve the cybersecurity and telecommunications of the U.S. academic research fleet and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I now recognize the gentlewoman, Ms. Stevens, to explain the bill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and what a true delight to help explain this piece of legislation that my colleague from California on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Mike Garcia, very much spearheaded through his expertise and background, and I was very delighted that he asked me to join him in introducing this legislation. Bipartisan, bicameral efforts to support U.S. academic research fleet to advance cyber infrastructure and networks to ensure that our fleet is protected and able to continue to do important work. The academic research fleet is a global fleet of research vessels operated by incredible institutions all around the country that support our understanding of our world's oceans, and they're absolutely key in producing the research needed for science-based decision-making and mitigating to fight climate change. Not only does ARF, that's the Academic Research Fleet, advance our understanding of our world's oceans, but being a member of Congress from Michigan, we know that the Great Lakes through the Blue Heron, a research vessel operated by the University of Minnesota Duluth, is also identifying changes in our freshwater bodies. And we have to make sure that these freshwater bodies, our Great Lakes, remain not only a key economic powerhouse, but a beauty and a splendor for all to enjoy. So as the only ARF vessel on the Great Lakes, ensuring the Blue Heron remains functional and cyber ready. You know, it's amazing with these fleets. They can be decades and decades old, but now they're equipped with all the wires and technology and connection and the IoT. So that demands part of what we're trying to do in this bill, which is ensure the cyber and fight climate change at the same time. So we're aware on this committee of the challenges on cybersecurity and making sure that we are cyber ready. We can't have one exposed link. And certainly when the federal government and through the agencies that we oversee and authorize here on this committee are ultimately relying on taxpayer dollars, we have a responsibility to include the cyber component. So last year, major telescopes supported by the National Science Foundation, some here might recall this, you know, those were disabled for weeks due to cyber incidents, highlighting what we already know, that our research facilities and equipment are vulnerable, they're not immune, and the Anchor Act will absolutely support that cyber infrastructure and network upgrades. Could you imagine, you know, all of us here trying to work on the fleet, if we were on such a fleet, identifying invasive species, monitoring the climate effects, dealing with some of these challenges, and then getting a cyber attack, then seeing that the data has been manipulated, the data has been corrupted. We can't afford that. Water is life. It is absolutely essential. We, you know, breathe the air and walk on land, but we need to have a connection and an understanding to our waterways and through these research fleets. So, thrilled to be able to mention Blue Heron. I want to ensure that they stay mission ready to deliver critical science on the health of our Great Lakes and certainly the rest of the academic research fleets that are on the oceans. And I, again, just sincerely want to thank my colleague who's dedicated to this committee on science, space, and technology for asking me to work with him on the Anchor Act. I encourage and urge all of my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, to continue the explanation of the underlying bill 7630.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the flexibility and another markup just across the hall, so I apologize for being second here. And I want to thank Ms. Stevens for capturing it so concisely, what the Anchor Act does, how important this is for a lot of reasons, but the bottom line is we have the largest military, largest economy, unrivaled natural resources, so on and so forth, but we also have some of the best minds in the world, and we often deploy some of these best minds on vessels that are susceptible to cyber attacks, susceptible to intellectual property theft. And so what this bill does is effectively hardens our assets and prevents lapses in our research security vessels to appear. We know that our adversaries are constantly watching. Russia and China are heavily investing in efforts to steal our technologies. That's why I sought to be on this committee. How do we stay ahead of them in that pursuit of making sure that we are understanding their technologies and not giving them any advantages? And that we remain the world's technological leader in advancements and conduct vigorous oversight on research investments, and that we aren't allowing our enemies to steal our developments. And this Anchor Act really looks to fix what would otherwise be an Achilles tendon, which is these vessels that are doing critical R&D, in some cases working with critical technologies and finding critical results that are vulnerable, especially out in the ocean. So it makes necessary cybersecurity improvements to the National Science Foundation's academic research fleet. This fleet, which is comprised of 17 oceanography vessels operated by the National Science Foundation, operated by the Office of Naval Research and various U.S. universities, enable scientists across the nation to conduct complex research on the ocean floor, the sea floor, within the ocean, the Great Lakes, as my colleague from Michigan knows very well, and even remote polar regions. The fleet is also the target of state-sponsored research espionage. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request permission to enter into the record a March 2019 article from the Wall Street Journal that's titled "Chinese Hackers Target Universities in Pursuit of Maritime Military Secrets." Without objection, I'd like to submit
Seeing
that.
no objection, so ordered.
Again, this article highlights exactly what the CCP is doing. They target the ARF and the universities that use it to steal our research advancement. We think we have a technological edge, and then all of a sudden a CCP-derived widget shows up somewhere else. It looks an awful lot like ours, and it's through these universities and these vessels. And so my bill protects the fleet by requiring the NSF to create a plan to improve the cybersecurity and telecommunication capabilities of the ARF and to provide that report to Congress. The Anchor Act would then authorize the upgrade of these legacy systems within a 2-year period. And I want to thank Chairman Lucas and your team and the committee for the support of this bill, as well as a thank you to my co-lead on the Anchor Act, Ms. Stevens, who has always been there for thoughtful and bipartisan and very important in case of national security issues legislation. So thank you, Ms. Stevens. Urge my colleagues' support and yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on the underlying bill? Seeing no request for time. There were no amendments pre-filed for this bill. Does any member wish to offer an amendment at this time? Hearing none, pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11, further proceedings on this bill will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7686, a bill to clarify the definition of foreign country for purposes of malign foreign talent recruitment. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7686, to amend the Research and Development, Competition, and Innovation Act to clarify a definition of foreign country for purposes of malign foreign talent recruitment restriction and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, to explain the underlying bill.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. The goal of the CHIPS Act, which was a good act that I supported, was clear. It was to reduce our dependency on China by revolutionizing our own domestic semiconductor production and enhancing the research security around that production. It was a good bill. I was proud to support it, but a bill is only as good as its implementation, and it's only as good as Congress's oversight of its effectiveness. And this bill, H.R. 7686, continues that work by making technical changes to the CHIPS Act and Science Act to close a loophole that could have allowed the CCP to access taxpayer-funded research, basically allow the CCP to tap into some money underneath the CHIPS Act. Specifically, this bill would use feedback from university partners and then NSF to update the definition of malign foreign talent recruitment program. These programs are used by our enemies to hire researchers who are partaking in the U.S. Funded research in order to access the data and send it back to China or Russia. They basically send them overseas under the auspices of just being a student, but they are a hired student by the CCP, usually there to rob, replicate, and replace the final product that we develop in our universities. And these researchers may often be hired by China without their knowledge. They can be unwittingly hands in our enemies who are trying to take advantage of these technological advancements and our weaknesses. And so my bill is simple, it's non-controversial, it's bipartisan. It ensures that our taxpayers and the research they fund are being protected from CCP espionage. And I again want to thank the gentlelady from Michigan for her support in co-leading this legislation. And I urge my colleagues to support the bill and yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair will now recognize the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, co-sponsor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, thank you to my colleague, Mr. Garcia. Almost 2 years ago now, we passed this landmark, groundbreaking legislation, the CHIPS and Science Act. We're so proud of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee for the role we played in advancing that legislation in the months and years, frankly, leading up to it. And so many here on this committee can be congratulated and thanked for the leadership role that they played. And look, when we're lawmaking and when we're legislating and we're doing big things, you saw this with USMCA as another example. Every once in a while, there's a need for a clarification, and that's what HR 7686 seeks to do, is to make a clarification around a sensitive and critical component to the CHIPS and Science Act. We know we need to manufacture in the United States of America, and not just because it feels good and it sounds good and you know, if you're in elected office, of course, you want to say make it in America. It is national security. It is economic security. It is harnessing our innovation capabilities. What happened with the chips? We innovated them, and then they started incentivizing the production overseas. Then, decades later, a pandemic hits, the tide rolls out, everyone's going every which way on supply chain orders. Michigan had cars, trucks, all of this sitting in lots waiting for the chips. It's outrageous. Chips are a way of life. Now, when we produce, when we do the product design, when we ship the soup to nuts, Gina Raimondo, Secretary of Commerce, just made a big chips announcement. We can't have this open source weak link. All right. And there's a reality, and it has been identified on a committee that is a select committee that I am so privileged to serve on in addition to this work on the Science Committee. This is the Select Committee on Competitiveness, U.S. Strategic Competitiveness with the Chinese Communist Party. It's a whole exercise that we've undertaken on this committee. I really encourage folks to go and look at our hearings and look at our work products, because it infects and impacts the work that we're doing in this Congress every step of the way. We've got to get our act together, and we want to make sure that what Mr. Garcia was identifying with the talent and these pools and the, you know, you want to assume people are not bad actors, but they're doing cyber attacks. They're exposing open source systems. We see a trade deficit with China. Why is that? How did that happen? Dumping, illegal dumping, currency manipulation. All of a sudden, they're stopping to take our, sell us graphite and germanium and gallium critical minerals. So this is just one technical improvement to a very important bill that has happened. We're just defining, because folks, we don't want to be exposed while we're recreating our future here in the United States of America. So I took a hard look at this with Mr. Garcia. This is going to make a difference. It's dovetailing from important work that we did in the 117th Congress. And I'll just say, we know we've got more to do. Right. CHIPS was a good start. We're looking at minerals. We're looking at critical materials. We can't wait to pass some of the other bills that this committee has already passed through committee as they move to the floor of the House in these critical areas. And this, my friends, this, Malign Foreign Talent Recruitment Program definition is really a template for how we move forward, because we need our researchers to succeed, we need our academics to succeed, we need CHIPS to continue to flourish, and making these technical improvements is not an embarrassment, it's really just building off of the success. So, thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back. I hope everyone supports the bill.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on the underlying bill? The ranking member is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, just briefly, I think this is an important effort, and as has been mentioned, we made progress in the CHIPS and Science Act. It was bipartisan, and it was sensible, and it was necessary. We all agree we want to protect the nation from our adversaries. I think, as has been mentioned, defining this more granularly is important. I thought, not all the committees have hearings and then legislate. This committee does that, and we learned something when we had the hearing that academic institutions want to comply. They just need this additional guidance. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having the hearing, and I would like to diverge from this bill for just a moment to note I've just learned that a new record has been confirmed at the National Ignition Facility, an output of 5.2 megajoules of a 2.34 shot on February 19th. This is a big gain over the last achievement at the NIF. We are making progress on fusion, and I yield back.
Progress is being made. Gentlelady yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on the underlying bill? Seeing no further discussion on the underlying bill, we'll proceed with amendments in the order listed at the roster. The first amendment on the roster is an amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by me and noticed on Monday. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7686 offered by Mr. Lucas.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to explain the amendment. Providing a clear and actionable definition of a malign foreign talent recruitment program is critical to implementing research security standards at universities and federal agencies. This amendment in the nature of a substitute provides a technical correction to clarify the location of the definition to be changed in the U.S. Code. H.R. 7686 is the result of bipartisan negotiations to address the need to clarify this definition, which was raised at this committee's recent hearing on research security. I'm looking forward to passing this bill and providing the necessary clarity to hasten the implementation of outstanding research security requirements. Yield back. Does any other member wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, since this is an amendment in the nature of a substitute, we shall now move to the next amendment on the roster. The next amendment on the roster is offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney. The clerk shall report Tenney Amendment Number 139.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7686 offered by Ms. Tenney of New York.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentlewoman from New York is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the ranking member for holding the meeting. I also want to just thank my colleagues, Representatives Garcia and Representative Stevens, for introducing this very important bill. And as part of the CHIPS and Science Act, Congress prohibited any federal research agency personnel or research and development grant awardees from participating in malign foreign talent recruitment programs. This legislation prevents foreign adversaries, such as China, from benefiting from the research and development being funded by taxpayer dollars. The underlying bill provides an important fix to this legislation by specifying that the malign foreign talent recruitment programs and programs run by foreign countries of concern, not all foreign countries. While promoting a cooperative global research and development environment is critical, we must also recognize that China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea cannot and should not benefit from our research and development programs. This provision, however, still contains an omission. Foreign entities of concern are not included in the definition of malign foreign talent recruitment programs. This means that foreign terrorist organizations can still recruit U.S. federal researchers and awardees as long as they are not located in a foreign country of concern nor associated with them. entities like Boko Haram or Al Qaeda are completely omitted from the Malign Foreign Talent Recruitment Program definition. And Hamas and Hezbollah may be as well, depending on if the Biden administration recognizes the clear connection between these groups and Iran. It's absolutely critical that we add foreign-owned entities, just not foreign-owned countries of concern, to the definition of Malign Foreign Talent Recruitment Program and the definition of it. I submitted this amendment because of this concern, and I will be withdrawing this amendment today due to the need for additional time to review the matter. But I do want to say thank you to Chairman Lucas and his commitment to work on me with this issue, and hopefully getting an opportunity to include this amendment to the bill before it gets passed on the floor for a full vote. But I just want to say thank you again to the sponsors, to the chairman for giving us an opportunity to present this omission. And I subsequently will withdraw the amendment and yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much.
Gentlelady withdraws. I recognize myself. I want to thank Ms. Tenney for her attention to this very important topic. Since this bill is needed to help clarify implementation issues for our universities, we need to make sure that when we add further requirements, we can execute them. I thank her for her leadership and her willingness to allow us to do our due diligence, and I will work with her as we move towards the floor consideration of this bill. Thank you, colleague. With that, I yield back. Does the gentleman from California?
Chairman, I just want to echo
Recognize?
your gratitude towards the gentlelady from New York who highlights an omission that is very important and I think does warrant further discussion. So, Ms. Tenney, I thank you for your offering the amendment, but withdrawing it with the intent to make this a cleaner bill and a more comprehensive solution to protect us. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any further amendments to the substitute amendment? Seeing none. Since there are no further amendments pre-filed to the bill, does any member offer an amendment at this time? Hearing none, we shall vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do indeed have it. The amendment is adopted. Pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11, the vote on the reporting H.R. 7686 as amended will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7073, the Next Generation Pipeline R&D Act. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7073 to improve public-private partnerships and increase federal research, development, and demonstration related to the evolution of next-generation pipeline systems and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, to speak on the underlying bill.
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. There are approximately 2.8 million miles of gas and liquid pipelines in the United States, quite frankly, most of which are unseen and underappreciated. I'm proud to say that over 500,000 miles of those pipelines are actually in my home state of Texas, and they do indeed contribute $374 billion with a B dollars in total economic output. Quite frankly, that's because pipelines safely deliver oil and gas without incident. Listen to this statistic, 99.999% of the time. Pipelines are safe, they're efficient, and reliable. But on that rare occasion, 0.001% of the 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 that they operate, when failure does happen, unfortunately, it makes headline news, and then the anti-pipeline fever pitch soars ever higher by capitalizing on fear, not facts. With half of all United States pipelines being more than 60 years old, we can expect defects and anomalies to happen more often. We can also expect pipelines to be the go-to source of transportation for new energy sources like hydrocarbon, like carbon dioxide, and methane, all of which could be key sources for the next generation of American energy independence, and I add dominance as well. Therefore, we cannot let the fear-mongering associated with pipelines succeed in killing a piece of our domestic energy infrastructure as well as our national security infrastructure. We've got to have energy to run. The bill I introduced earlier this year, and we are marking up today, H.R. 7073, the Next Generation Pipeline Research and Development Act, gets in front of this by directing a new and modern emphasis on pipeline research and development. H.R. 7073 will improve existing partnerships and encourage new public-private projects related to maintaining current pipeline infrastructure as well as developing next-generation systems. Through the technological innovation directed in this bill, the domestic energy sector will see a reinvigorated focus on multi-fuel transportation, material behavior, as well as leak detection capabilities. To do this, the Next Generation Pipeline R&D Act establishes a demonstration initiative within the Department of Energy to focus on projects at the lower end of the technological readiness level. This demonstration initiative will be the stepping stone to commercialization for research activities performed by both the Department and the Pipeline Hazardous Material Safety Administration, or PHMSA. On the research side, H.R. 7073 also codifies and updates a joint research program conducted by the Department of Energy, the Department of Transportation, as well as the National Institute of Standards and Technology. Similar activities between these agencies have been conducted since a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, was signed in 2004. Let that sink in. 2004. But it has not been updated since that time. That's a long time, folks. And lastly, this bill directs DOE to establish a National Pipeline Modernization Center, which will allow industry stakeholders to collaborate with federal agencies in coordinating critical pipeline research needs. I want to thank my colleague, the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. Carvalho, for continuing the bipartisan tradition of the Science Committee and working with me on this important legislation. H.R. 7073 is the kind of common sense, good governance bill we can all agree on. Actually, it shows that Republicans and Democrats can put political differences aside so that we can advance meaningful bills that not only strengthen U.S. leadership in energy research, but also maximizes the return on investment for the American taxpayer. So I want to urge my colleagues to support this bill, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. Carvalho, co-lead sponsor on this for
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. My constituents on the Front Range and in northern Colorado are no stranger to pipelines. According to the Office of Pipeline Safety, there are more than 45,000 miles of pipelines in Colorado alone. My district is one of the top energy producers in the state, so many of our local pipelines are oil and hazardous liquid lines and natural gas transmission lines. Unfortunately, because of how prevalent pipelines are in our district, it also means that we have seen our fair share of leaks and breaks. That is why I am proud to co-lead the Next Generation Pipeline Research and Development Act with Representative Weber, which would support R&D and public-private partnerships to address some of the major challenges of facing the aging pipeline infrastructure in my district. Like I mentioned before, many of the pipelines in my district are used to transport natural gas, but as these pipelines get older, they become more susceptible to leaks, including methane leaks, a greenhouse gas many times more potent than carbon dioxide. With estimates the pipelines are leaking millions of tons of methane each year, it is imperative that we move fast to modernize this critical infrastructure. Our bill would tackle this challenge by bringing together the pipeline safety and innovation capabilities of the Department of Energy with the Department of Transportation's Pipeline and Hazardous Material Safety Administration. This new federal collaboration would stand up a demonstration initiative that advances research into advanced pipeline leak detection, mitigation tools, and many other technology areas that would reduce the environmental impact of our vast network of pipelines. This initiative will help move promising technologies out of the lab and into commercial development as quickly as we can. To be clear, this bill goes well beyond solving the challenges my district is facing with natural gas leaks. The Front Range and northern Colorado, like many other parts of the West, rely on pipelines for water delivery to our communities, another very important resource, especially in the West. This bill will support innovations to address potential issues with these pipelines, as well as alternative fuels like biofuels and hydrogen. I'd like to again thank Chairman Lucas for bringing this bill to consideration before the full committee, as well as Ranking Member Lofgren for her support, and very much appreciate the work with my colleague from Texas, Mr. Weber, in order to continue bipartisan work on this important issue. For all these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A little over a decade ago in San Bruno, California, just a short drive from my district in San Jose, and actually the town where I spent the first 3 years of my life, there was a terrible pipeline accident. A natural gas pipeline exploded, and the fires raged for hours. The explosion was so powerful that USGS registered it as a small earthquake. The accident destroyed a neighborhood and tragically killed 8 people and injured others. Now, in the aftermath of that tragedy, an investigation revealed that a series of accidents and really horrendous errors that led to the overpressurization of the pipeline, which caused the explosion, was because PG&E, the pipeline operator, was negligent. In fact, they were criminally prosecuted as a result of the accident. Now, the cause of the tragedy was the result of severe mismanagement by PG&E. I wanted to highlight it because the bill before us today tasked the DOE with developing and demonstrating technologies that actually could have alerted authorities about the dangerous situation that caused the San Bruno pipeline accident. These technologies could have prevented this accident from happening. I think that alone would make this a worthy investment. Now, we are well aware that there have been controversies about the building of various pipelines. That's not this bill. The bill addresses the environmental issues associated with our aging pipeline infrastructure. Our country has various kinds of pipelines transmitting oil and natural gas, and we should be doing all we can to ensure those transmission systems are as clean and environmentally friendly as possible. It doesn't do any of us any good to have methane leaking out of pipelines and into the atmosphere. And it's also worth noting that leaks from other types of pipelines, including those carrying water, hydrogen, biofuels, or carbon dioxide, could harm our environment in a variety of ways. This bill has a heavy focus on preventing, detecting, and mitigating these kinds of environmentally damaging leaks. For all these reasons, I'll strongly support this bill. Once again, I want to thank Mr. Weber and also Dr. Caravallo. You are such a star here on the committee. We thank you for your work on this bill, and it will make our country safer and our environment cleaner. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on the underlying bill? If there's no further discussion on the bill, we'll proceed with amendments in the order listed on the roster. The first amendment on the roster is an amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Lee. The clerk will report Lee Amendment number 53.
Amendment to H.R. 7073, offered by Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a proud sponsor of the Abandoned Well Remediation Research and Development Act, I'm continually inspired to find opportunities to provide solutions for my district and others, of course, where some of the worst air quality in the country is found. The oil and gas industry has for too long allowed their infrastructure to pose significant risks to communities where they leak benzene and other volatile organic compounds, as well as methane. I support efforts to address and improve technologies focused on leak detection, minimizing leakage, and protecting the environment and communities that have been ravaged by corporate polluters. Every community deserves access to clean air and clean water and clean soil. I strongly believe in and fight for these for every community, especially the one I'm from and live in, and for those that I represent back home in Western Pennsylvania. I would be remiss to not offer this amendment to make sure that the technological developments we seek to implement are people-oriented to address the many challenges that industry and climate change pose to marginalized communities. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I recognize myself for the time I might consume. I thank the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania for working with us to revise her amendment. We all want clean air, water, soil, and this amendment allows for that by using qualified data. I support this amendment and the underlying bill, and I yield back. I now recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, again, want to thank Representative Lee for this amendment and for her diligent and patient work with staff on both sides of the aisle to perfect it. The amendment inserts an additional prioritization provision directing the program to prioritize assistance to projects that reduce the environmental impacts of pipelines and associated infrastructure, especially in underserved and rural communities. I appreciate Ms. Lee for championing this issue with this amendment, and I strongly support it. I yield back the balance of my time.
Jen Lee yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question is on agreeing to a Lee Amendment number 53. All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes appear to have it. The amendment is agreed to. The next amendment on the roster is an amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber. The clerk will report Weber Amendment number 27.
Amendment to H.R. 7073, offered by Mr. Weber of Texas.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This manager's amendment makes two very minor changes. First, it updates the authorized fiscal years of these activities. When we originally wrote this bill last Congress, we were at the very early stages of discussing FY 2024 appropriations. When we reintroduced in January of this year, we were still discussing 2024 appropriations. Quite frankly, I don't know how much longer we're going to be discussing them. That remains to be seen. As we sit here today, we're still not completely done with FY 2024 appropriations. Such is the progress in the Capitol. Jokes aside, this research and development is extremely important, so I want to see it continue for many years to come. Therefore, while we can, we should make sure the authorization years are as forward-looking as possible. The second minor change is simply ensuring the testing and evaluation done by NIST is in collaboration with the Department of Transportation, which houses the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. They are the regulatory experts on pipeline safety, so we should be aware of any new testing and evaluation for materials coming down the pipeline, pun intended. I again want to thank my gentlelady friend from Colorado for co-sponsoring this legislation, along with Chairman Lucas and Mr. Obernolte. I urge my colleagues to support this simple amendment, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question is agreeing on Weber Amendment 27. All signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes appear to have it. They do indeed have it. The amendment is agreed to. There were no further amendments pre-filed for this bill. Does any member wish to offer an amendment at this time? Hearing none, pursuant to Committee Rule 2F, House Rule 11, further proceedings on this bill will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7685, the Impact Act. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7685, to strengthen and enhance the competitiveness of American industry through the research and development of advanced technologies to improve the efficiency of cement, concrete, and asphalt production, and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. At this point, I now recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller, to speak on the underlying bill.
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. The state of Ohio consumes around 3 million metric tons of cement annually. That places Ohio in the top 5 cement-consuming states, along with Texas, California, Florida, and Georgia, which account for 41% of the country's total cement use. In Ohio alone, this amounts to over 18,000 related employees with a payroll of over $900 million. Needless to say, this is crucial, economy-driving industry in my home state. Yet, I recognize that while crucial, the processes behind the product are extremely difficult to decarbonize. Globally, cement facilities account for 8% of human-created carbon dioxide emissions. But looking forward, projected demand for cement is expected to increase 12% by 2050. So it's easy to see the production of cement, concrete, and asphalt isn't going to taper off anytime soon, and that it's in our best interest to ensure clean and efficient production. That is why I introduced H.R. 7685, the Innovative Mitigation Partnerships for Asphalt and Concrete Technologies, or IMPACT Act. Through the IMPACT Act, we can strengthen and enhance the competitiveness of American manufacturing by developing advanced technologies that will improve the efficiency of cement, concrete, and asphalt production. We all want to see cement, concrete, and asphalt production continue to rise and help grow our country that is critical to our economic well-being. And we all want to see this growth go hand in hand with clean environmental stewardship, leaving our air and water just as pristine for the next generation. My bill does this by following a similar theme and structure that has proven successful in the past. In both the Energy Act of 2020 and the CHIPS and Science Act, this committee led the effort on legislation directing the Department of Energy to research, develop, and demonstrate technologies in hard-to-decarbonize industries like steel. The Impact Act builds on those efforts by focusing specifically on cement, concrete, and asphalt, and takes into account lessons learned from previous programs. It enables industry and DOE to work collaboratively on fundamental research that will enhance existing production methods and unlock new innovative techniques. This will ensure the world-class tools and technologies at DOE are being used by the very taxpayers who funded them. It also enables DOE in consultation with other federal agencies to offer technical assistance to entities seeking to promote the commercial application of low-emission cement, concrete, and asphalt. This ensures that industry can continue their cutting-edge research unencumbered, but if they do hit a roadblock, there are subject matter experts available to assist them. Cement, concrete, and asphalt production practices are critically important to the industrial sector and play a fundamental role in supporting U.S. infrastructure, national defense, and economic security. The Impact Act recognizes that role and will enable domestic production to reach peak efficiency for decades to come. I want to thank my colleague from North Carolina, Ms. Fouché, for co-sponsoring this bill and working in a bipartisan fashion to guide it through markup today. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentle lady from North Carolina, Ms. Fouché, the lead co-sponsor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The climate crisis is one of the most pressing issues of our lifetime, and it is critical to take significant strides to reduce harmful greenhouse gas emissions within the manufacturing sector. The U.S. produces approximately 95 million metric tons of cement each year, representing nearly 400 million cubic yards of concrete and 454 million metric tons of asphalt pavement materials are produced each year. The Impact Act, which I was proud to co-sponsor with Representative Miller, is a forward-thinking bill that will not only enhance the competitiveness of American manufacturing and R&D, but will also achieve measurable GHG emissions reductions and modernize the current manufacturing processes of building materials that are essential for our nation's infrastructure. The Impact Act directs the Secretary of Energy to support R&D in innovative technologies that could become commercially viable and are significant improvement over the processes used by these industries today. We must continue to prioritize cleaner manufacturing and production systems that improve public health, protect our planet, and bring visible and lasting change for generations to come. I am pleased to support this bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back the balance of time. Does any other member wish to speak on the underlying bill? If there's no further discussion on the bill, we shall proceed with amendments in the order listed on the roster. The first amendment on the roster is an amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller. The clerk will report Miller Amendment number 32.
Amendment to H.R. 7685, offered by Mr. Miller of Ohio.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman from Ohio is recognized to precisely and briefly explain his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. I'll keep it brief. This manager's amendment makes minor technical and conforming changes brought to us by stakeholders. For example, the amendment tweaks language to ensure a focus on greenhouse gas emissions or related copulatant emissions, while hopefully this program develops technologies that reduce both carbon dioxide and copulants like nitrogen oxide. As of right now, those technologies are exceedingly hard to develop and deploy. So rather than pair the two together and make the development pathway strictly focused on a singular golden egg technology, this language enables DOE to conduct R&D on many different types of technologies that may be developed on different timelines. Additionally, I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record letters of support from the National Asphalt Pavement Association, the Portland Cement Association, and the National Ready Mix Concrete Association, the three associations representing most of the producers operating in the materials industry, as well as the Citizens for Responsible Energy Solutions and the United States Tire Manufacturers Association.
Seeing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
If there's no further discussion on the amendment,
No, not on that amendment.
hearing none, the question is agreeing to the Miller Amendment number 32. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes appear to have it. They do indeed have it. The amendment is agreed to. And the next amendment on the roster is offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Sorensen. The clerk will report Sorensen number 39.
Amendment to H.R. 7685, offered by Mr. Sorensen of Illinois.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. And my amendment will build upon the work of my colleague, Congressman Miller. And forgive me, the only two places I've ever lived in my life, Illinois and Texas. I'm not sure if it's cement or cement, so forgive me on that. The cement industry contributes 8% of our global carbon dioxide emissions. If the cement industry were a country, it would be one of the largest emitters of carbon dioxide in the entire world. As a meteorologist, I know the importance that we have with respect to the climate crisis to reduce our carbon footprint. I firmly believe that decarbonizing the cement industry is a worthwhile effort. My amendment will align Congressman Miller's bill with a more expansive Senate version of the Impact Act. The Senate's Bipartisan Concrete and Asphalt Innovation Act will drive public or private sector investment in low-carbon cement and support job growth. As broad support from traditional cement producers and low-carbon cement producers, as well as support from environmental and energy groups. My amendment will add 4 additional sections. Briefly, the first edition will build upon American manufacturing to support the development and testing of low-emission concrete and asphalt. Number 2 will provide low-emissions transportation materials grants through the Federal Highway Administration, encouraging the adoption of performance-based specifications and standards, which provide flexibility for new technologies while focusing on qualities like strength and durability. The third authorizes the Secretary of Transportation to support the low-carbon concrete and asphalt sector through advance purchase authority to provide certainty. The government purchases 60% of cement used in the U.S. This section adds the certainty for small companies as they know they'll have a customer base. The final section authorizes an interagency task force with membership from agencies throughout the government to support workforce development, assess progress made in deploying these low-carbon technologies, and foster continued growth in the sector. While I do believe that these additions in my amendment are important, I understand that including them would complicate the markup and complicate moving the Impact Act forward. And because of this, I withdraw the amendment. I plan to support the Impact Act when it comes to a vote in this committee. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman withdraws his amendment. And is there any further, there were no other amendments pre-filed for the bill. Does any member wish to offer an amendment at this time? Hearing none, pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11, further proceedings on this bill will be postponed. As there are no further bills for discussion, we will reconvene in this room at 2:15 to conduct postponed votes. Please be on time, as voting will be done by electronic device and will be moving fast and are not able to reopen votes. I know my colleagues have obligations on the floor to vote and other obligations, so as promptly as possible, let's reconvene this afternoon at 2:15. The committee stands in recess. The Committee on Science, Space, and Technology will come to order. The unfinished business is to consider the postponed votes on this morning's session. A recording quorum being present, I move that the committee report H.R. 272, the Astro Act, to the House with the recommendation that the bill do be approved. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 272 to the House. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes appear to have it. Bill. A gentleman has requested a recorded vote. The clerk will open the roll on H.R. 272. Are there any members seeking to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk shall close the vote and report the results.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 35 and the nays are 0.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if we might delay that report so that Mr. Frost could also press yes. It's closed, it's too late. Then I would ask unanimous consent that the record should reflect that Mr. Frost was mouthing the words yes as he entered the room late.
Seeing no objection, so noted. The ayes have it, and H.R. 272 is favorably reported to the House. I now move that the committee report H.R. 6219, the Ascend Act, as amended to the House with the recommendation the bill be approved. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 6219 as amended to the House. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes appear to have it. Does the gentleman request a recorded vote?
Yes, sir.
The clerk will please open the vote.
We just tried to vote you a raise, but you weren't here.
How do you turn this on?
Should be on.
Well, I was expecting it to light up here or something.
Did it record you?
Are there any members seeking to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk shall close the vote and report the results.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 37 and the nays are 0.
The ayes have it, and H.R. 6219, as amended, is ordered favorably reported to the House. I move the committee report H.R. 7687, the NASA SPREES Act, to the House with the recommendation the bill be approved. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 7687 to the House. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do indeed have it. And
I request a recorded vote.
gentleman
Mr.
has
Chairman.
requested a recorded vote. The clerk will open the vote. Are there any members seeking to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk shall close the vote and report the results.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 37 and the nays are 0.
The ayes have it, and H.R. 7687 is ordered favorably reported to the House. I move the committee report H.R. 4152, the Space Resources Institute Act as amended, to the House with a recommendation the bill be approved. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 4152 as amended to the House. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Babin requests a recorded vote. And so do I.
A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will please open the vote. Are there any members seeking to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk shall close the vote and report the results.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 37 and the nays are 0.
The ayes have it, and H.R. 4152 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House. I move the House report H.R. 7630, the Anchor Act, to the House with the recommendation the bill be approved. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 7630 to the House. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do indeed have it. And the gentleman's requested a recorded vote. The clerk will open the vote. Are there any members seeking to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the vote and report the results.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 38 and the nays are 0.
The ayes have it, and H.R. 7630 is reported favorably, ordered favorably reported to the House. I move that the committee approve H.R. 7686, a bill to clarify the definition of foreign country for purposes of malign foreign talent recruitment as amended to the House with a recommendation the bill be approved. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 7686 as amended to the House. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do indeed have it. And the gentleman
Chairman, request a recorded vote.
That's for a recorded vote. The clerk will please open the vote. Are there any members seeking to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk shall close the vote and report the results.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 38 and the nays are 0.
The ayes have it, and H.R. 7686 as amended is favorably reported to the House. I move the committee report H.R. 7073, the Next Generation Pipelines R&D Act, as amended to the House with a recommendation the bill be approved. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 7073 as amended to the House. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call has been requested. The clerk will open the vote. Are there any members seeking to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk shall close the vote and report the results.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 36 and the nays are 0.
The ayes have it, and H.R. 7073 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House. I move the House report H.R. 7685, the Impact Act, as amended to the House with a recommendation the bill be approved. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 7685 as amended to the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The gentleman from Texas asks for a
Request a
recorded
recorded
vote.
vote.
The clerk will please open the vote. Are there any members seeking to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk shall close the vote and report the results.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 38 and the nays are 0.
The ayes have it, and H.R. 7685 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask the staff be authorized to make any necessary technical and conforming changes to these bills. Seeing no objection, so ordered. The members have 2 calendar days to submit supplemental, minority, or additional views on these measures, and with no further business, the committee stands adjourned.